What's up, everybody? Hey, folks, this is Game Webcam. I'm currently going live to play some Stanley Parable, the Deluxe Edition. Let me just paste the link real quick for my Discord server, which you can find in the description. So, the main reason why I wanted to stream this game was I have known the Stanley Parable for years now. Like, I remember the Stanley Parable back when it was like an original Half-Life mod, and all of the original Let's Players at the time were just playing the Stanley Parable. And in fact, I'm pretty sure a lot of the original Let's Players have actually revisited this game as a result, because they had played the Stanley Parable and they enjoyed it. And I wasn't able to afford the Stanley Parable at the time because obviously I couldn't buy my own things, so I ended up just watching other Let's Players, but that has changed now, so now I'm finally able to spend my own money and be able to, buy my own games and stuff. So yeah, I'm really excited to stream this game. In fact, before I started streaming, because I wanted to configure the game to make sure that it was working properly, surprisingly, this game has a very interesting way of handling, like, startups. So, this is the third time I've started up the game, and each and every time that I have started up this game, it actually did something different. So, the first time it was pretty obvious. It tells me if we played the Stanley Parable before, which I answered no because I want to be able to experience the base game content before we get to the additional content first. And it also allowed for me to set the time, which was quite interesting. So I decided to, set the time. And it took into consideration that I was able to set the time, and it was like, well, thank you for actually going out of your way to set the time and all that sort of stuff. I'm actually gonna reboot the game again, actually, because it says it was gonna do another thing for me, if I booted up the game again. So look, this is my fourth time booting up the game. So each and every time you boot up this game, it does something different, and that already I find quite interesting. Let's minimize that. So here we go. We have this slider, which I already see everything just perfectly fine. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, that's adorable. I love that. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. That's hilarious. I mean, that's technically the number 9. Okay, we'll answer honestly, why not? I'm pretty sure all of those were the number 9, probably in something like Wingdings or something like that. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Oh, wonderful. Look at those graphics. I like there's the little bits of detail. You can see it in the light of the graphics. That's nice. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Occubonical or scrumtush? I'll go with this word. Please don't adjust the slider. What if I want to? There you go, I did it anyway. Screw you. Do you know what time it is right now? I actually don't have the time on me right now. I think it's almost 3 where I'm currently at right now. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? What? What are you telling me, game? Is the chat actually appearing, or is nobody... Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, here we go. Okay, for some reason, the chat was not showing up at all. That was weird. But, hey, folks. I see Josie, Kaden, and V6Z in the chat. What's up, everybody? Sorry, I didn't notice that people were chatting. For some reason, my browser wasn't working. What is time anyway? Yes. I'm gonna answer yes. Sure, we'll hit yes. Why not? Help. No. Will you come back to visit me? Sure, maybe at the end of the game. Okay. That's quite interesting that it does it every time. Every time it does the boot up differently. So I find that to be a very nifty little detail, and I really like that. Alright, let's actually begin the game now, though. Buy an Apple Watch? Oh,
this is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple.
Okay,
he sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-ending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders he made, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What is that sensitivity? Okay, I need to fix that. I like the sound design. The sound design is wonderful. How do I turn up mouse sensitivity? What the frick? I'm so slow. Oh, okay, here we go. No, that is still way too slow. Come on. So I have to turn it all the way up. There we go. That's more reasonable. Settings World. You should get the Settings World Champion achievement. Is that a thing? Is that something people actually do? Yep, there we go. We'll do this. Why not? Yep, we're just gonna mess around with the settings. We'll even do that. Oh, content warning! Oh, how thoughtful! I don't think we need too much anti-aliasing. Alright, there we go. Press buttons on the keyboard, Stanley. Can I press buttons on here? No. I can click on the phone. Every time I click, it does a button. You can't jump, get your first. No! Let me back in! Okay. This is that type
all
of
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley, oh please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
What achievement?
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Okay, that.
I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I will in a bit. Calm your kitties.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417, huh? Alright, where's 417? Nope, can't go in there. Oh, yes! Door 417!
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. Okay, I'm guessing we go back here. No? Door 437. Here we go.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
This is so fucking stupid. Okay. Yes.
Now, back to door number 437.
Oh, yes. Let's go. Let's backtrack. I love it. I can't jump!
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Oh.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting
God's
somewhere.
sake, bro. Just give me the fucking achievement already.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419 desk. Okay. I think it... Oh my god, it's been a while. It's in this room. Let me...
Yes,
there we
this
go.
is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Okay.
We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do that one again.
I like how he's so enthusiastic about this.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 43. Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
That was the first thing I ever did in this game. I just clicked on random doors and then I got that achievement. Wonderful. Again, you can literally click on 420 for all I know. Maybe you get an achievement from this. Maybe type 420. Who fucking knows? Like, you could do most random shit and it'll probably get you an achievement. Alright. Apparently, door 416 is Jocelyn's favorite. I like how everybody said, oh wow, that felt amazing at the time.
When Stanley came to a set
Alright,
of
so
2
for
open
this first
doors,
playthrough,
he entered
we're
the
gonna-
door
we're
on his
gonna-
left.
We're gonna obey all of instructions for the first playthrough, so we're gonna do the boring playthrough first. And then we can...
Yet there was
fuck
not
around
a
and
single
do some
person
fun
here
shit.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
The broom closet, my favorite. Oh, okay. No, I know the broom closet.
Coming to a
needs be
staircase,
somewhere,
Stanley
though.
walked
We'll do
upstairs
that
to
one
his
later,
boss's
though.
office.
Oh, yes, because that is 100% how doors work. An executive bathroom. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. So, say, that's a lovely purse. Okay. Okay. If I just mash all the buttons on my keyboard. Oh, I just enabled sticky keys. Wonderful. That's totally what I wanted to do. Alright, I guess we're
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this.
Oh my
What
God,
dark
it's a
secret
key
was being held from
code.
him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I actually already forgot it. Is this the code?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Oh my god, I'm stupid.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
I know
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Again, we're doing the boring ending first, just to get it over with.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape! Yes, that's totally true! Okay.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I get everybody wants me to do the wrong thing, but again, I'm doing
Now
the right
the monitors
thing
jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh my god, 420! If I could only zoom in.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Anti-capitalism, am I right?
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would...
Again, we're doing the boring ending first. Alright. We're doing this one first, ladies and gentlemen, and then we're gonna get to the fun stuff.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only
Bro,
thing
look at
worth
this
knowing.
Unity 3D.
Stanley stepped through the open door.
Bro, the Unity,
Stanley felt the
Unity
cool
moment.
breeze upon his skin,
Look at
the
that.
feeling of
Look at those
liberation,
graphics.
the
Certified
immense
Unity
possibility
moment.
of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to
I
happen.
know y'all are pushing the number
Stanley
8 because I know
was
there's an
happy.
ending that involves the number 8. Alright, there we go. Beat the game. Let's go. Alright, so that was the boring ending. We just wanted to get that one over with first. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Alright, now
Stanley
we're gonna start
decided to go to
fucking
the
around,
meeting room.
alright?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, sure I do.
Yes,
Oh,
truly
wow.
a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Alright. It's boring.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, that's not happening.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, shut up.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
What happens if I
I'm not
commit
your
suicide?
enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
How about no?
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yep.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
No, you won't.
Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
No.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red
No.
door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
How about no?
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road
and-
you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Sure.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically
Yes.
for you?
It was worth
Do you
it.
not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles?
Yes.
Skill trees?
Yes.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels
third
leaps ahead of
option.
where we
No, I
were
don't.
before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Really? Okay. I guess.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game
this is
benefited
mid.
from allowing you more choices? Feel
Mid.
free to be honest.
Mid.
I'm looking for
Mid.
some real critical feedback here.
13-year-old. Mid.
Oh, of course.
Mid.
A 3.
Mid.
Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Alright, let's see. What happens if I just go through the normal door? That might be something I
Now,
consider
would you
doing.
say that competitive leaderboard helped you
What
feel
competitive
motivated to
leaderboard?
keep walking through doors? Again,
shit.
honest answers, please.
You know I'm gonna go with 13-year-old logic.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of the new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
This is
Perfect.
why I
Let
don't
me
look
boot
at
it
chat
up.
often, because I know you fuckers are gonna spoil
In this
it.
game, the baby crawls left towards danger.
baby,
You click the
no,
button to
touch the
move him
baby.
back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world
Not
will really
relatable.
take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes
Can
on
you
your
actually
experience.
play this for 4 hours? Loud as hell. Everyone wants me to play this for 4 hours. Fuck you all. Alright. Because y'all keep complaining about not hearing me at all. Fine, I'll lower the volume of the game. Jesus. There. There we go. That is the inner machinations of every demon that has existed in this world. And they all start looking like that. So it is tempting to prevent that evil from happening by just letting him go into the fire. But where's the fun in that? The fact that y'all are so tempted for me to play this for 4 hours is just funny. But no, all babies are evil and they must deserve to die.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see.
It adds a
What do we
puppy.
have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Bro, y'all flip out. Y'all really.
Aha! Fascinating.
Ooh, Firewatch!
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
I know originally it was Portal
Well,
in
it seems
Minecraft, but they
obvious to me
replaced
that you are meant to play as
probably
a
for
creepy
IP
man,
reasons.
spying on innocent civilians
Oh,
below
Firewatch!
you from up
This
high
is a
in your creep
wonderfully,
tower, perhaps for some
visually
sort
beautiful
of twisted
game.
erotic
Like, I gotta
purpose.
play that sometime. It's so
Yes,
beautiful
that must
in its
be it.
visuals.
What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Oh, dude, this game is so pretty, though. I gotta play this sometime. Like, take a look at this. Oh my god. It's such a shame, though, what happened with, like, the developer, like... Because I heard that they had, like, drama with Let's Player PewDiePie and stuff, like... Apparently because of the N-word controversy, like, he decided to copy strike PewDiePie's videos for no reason. Which is kind of effed up, to be honest.
It
but-
is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
I wonder what game it is. Is it going to be?
Okay, I think this
is it gonna have something to do with Trump? Oh, it's Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Let's run to the goal. I mean, look at the textures, though.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
sports ball.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh, okay, finally. I was about to say.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Yep, I'm gonna fall down here. Why not? Okay.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. Oh, this is getting really creepy, though. Holy hell. Okay. I'm gonna stop clicking from that for now, because I think that's gonna just ruin the immersion. Oh, Jesus. This is creepy as hell. Yeah, it's the original. Oh, yeah, that's right. It is the original Half-Life map. Yeah, you can tell by the textures. Oh, this is amazing. Is this it? This the ending? No? Oh. Okay.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Jesus Christ, this guy monologues. Alright. So that was that ending. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Who is her?
She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
Oh, crap. You could unplug the phone. Damn, I didn't know
Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
I don't know.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Oh, screw you, game.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man
Oh.
named Stanley.
Oh, nice.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Woman.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with the boys.
He went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
I could have bought this on the
As
Switch.
he wandered through this
like, I was
fantasy
going
world,
through the
he began to fill it
the
with many
eShop
possible
and all this sort of
paths
stuff,
and
and I actually
destinations.
thought about getting
Down
this
one
game for the
path
Switch,
lay
but
an
I was
enormous
like,
round room with monitors
I actually
and mind controls.
might want to play this on.
Down another
I want
was
to buy
a
this
yellow
for the
line
PC
that
and play it on
weaved
the
in many
PC.
directions, and down another was a game with a baby, and he called it the Stanley Parable.
Oh yes.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
I'm noticing that this game is like like a commentary on like how our choices can like stab us in the back, even though the optimal choice, which the narrator tells us is the socially benevolent option.
How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself?
We're given the choice that we
How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Through our choices.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose.
Like the fact that my
I'll
woman's
try once
now
more
gone.
to
Give me
convey
back my
this to you.
woman!
I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time you'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please
and Stanley
die.
pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Rip. I died. Alright. We're gonna do some slight variations on the endings we've already tried so far. So we're gonna do
All of his
sort of
co-workers
the
were gone.
same
What could it mean?
endings, but we're
Stanley
gonna try
decided
and...
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
So
simply
someone
missed a memo.
suggested to unplug the phone. We might try doing that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
Shrek left
first,
you
just
and
to
you married
admire
the
it.
Stanley Parable mannequin,
The lounge
and
was
now you're-
sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to
Now-
business, Stanley
Is
took
this
the first
now
open door
how
on his
we're
left.
going to... Is this how we're now going to...
Stanley was so
consider
bad
war?
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've
You know
gotten
what,
off
screw
on
it,
the
we're
wrong
gonna jump
foot
off.
here. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Incorporate the TikTok into the game webcam lore. How about
Stanley
we
decided
not?
to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting
Oh
room,
my God,
and Stanley knew
Jocelyn.
it perfectly well. Perhaps
There's
he
a
wanted to
reason
stop
why
by
I
the
don't go
employee
onto
lounge
TikTok
first,
too often,
just
though.
to
If I were to
admire
go
it.
onto TikTok too often,
Standing now
I
in
am
this
afraid
incredible
that
room,
I'll just
Stanley
get
for the
angry
eager
every
to get
time I
back
go
to
onto
business,
TikTok. Like,
Stanley
I
took the
almost
first
got
open
into
door on
another
his
angry
left.
fit not too long ago when I got onto TikTok.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all
You send
this
me
time.
scary TikTok.
There's
Well, they
someone
come up
you've
on
been
my
neglecting,
For You page,
Stanley.
so that's
Someone you've
You're just
forgotten
seeing a
about.
glimpse of my For You
Please,
page.
stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
What's that door up there?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Alright. Unplug the phone.
That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone? Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible.
Let me out.
double check.
Let me out, game.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits.
That's lies.
Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely
It's
ignored even the
powerful
most basic
device.
safety protocol for real-world
That's
decision-making.
nice.
Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind
Yeah,
of
that's
risk
why
on
I
my
did it.
watch. I'm going to stop the
Doing it
game
to
for a
save
moment
the
so we can
environment.
educate you properly on safe decision-making
Those
in the real
goddamn
world.
NFTs,
Please
you
observe
know what
this
I mean.
helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Oh,
But if used
wonderful.
incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical
Oh,
real
love the
person named
50s
Rupert has a
drawings.
choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
What the hell does that even mean?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
That's people in
Most
Florida.
medical professionals recommend making
Florida,
at least
man,
8
right
choices
there.
per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Alright. What if I wanted to go up here? I want to go in here. Let me in here. Okay.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping
Oh,
off
they
the
have
platform and dying.
fences up
Imagine
now,
the
so you
main
can't
character
jump off.
dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh no. Why is my chat default to? Now we're talking about board. God damn it. And you say you're not a furry, Jocelyn.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Missing texture! No, I want to go into the missing texture realm. My favorite realm. Alright, well, I guess we don't have another choice then, do we? Alright.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
Oh no, we shut the game down. Canceled! We canceled the game! Good job, Twitter. We did our job. We canceled the game.
Oh, I'm here. I'm
Fuck,
still here.
we failed.
Here in this
No!
pile of rubbish.
No!
You, who thought you were so clever.
You
Now
were
look where
supposed
we
to
are.
be
My
canceled!
entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to
Elon!
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Yes.
Behave exactly as Stanley would.
Oh, is
that
it gonna
means
is
choosing
it gonna
responsibly and
is it
always
gonna
putting
loop
the story
again?
first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So wait, is this gonna keep repeating?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley
Oh,
would.
is this gonna keep
that
going?
Means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, I'm gonna keep doing this.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
It's getting shorter
Behave
every
exactly
time.
as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley
It just
would.
keeps going.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
Jocelyn, if I
choosing
figure out
responsibly
you're lying
and
to
always
me, I
putting the
swear to
story
God,
first.
man.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I mean, yeah, everything about this
No!
is very
Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
This was
Just
a bad
follow my
idea
lead
to
and you'll be
stream this
fine.
game live.
All
I
right.
should have done a let's play of this.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
an
doors,
ending,
he
Jocelyn.
entered the
I don't
door
think
on
it
his
is.
left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly
the
and
loo. I
always
think
putting
this is
the
the
story
loo.
first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always
I'm gonna do this
putting
one
the
more
story
time, and if it
first.
still
I'm
does
quite sure
this-
you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead
And if it
you'll
still
be
does
fine.
this, I'm gonna go in the
All
left door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
Yeah, I'm
That means
convinced
choosing
that there is
responsibly
no
and
ending you
always
get
putting
from
the
this.
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Yeah,
Stanley
that 10
decided to
minutes we'll
go
never
up to
get
his
back.
boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, I can't open the broom closet anymore. Rip.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
Oh,
walked
you can't go down.
upstairs to
You
his
can't go
boss's
downstairs anymore. They rob you of that option now. You can't open this door anymore either. So wow, they actually get. Oh wait, this is
Stepping
different.
inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of
This
any
is
human
different.
life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work?
I don't know, is
There was
it?
only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath
Is that a
and then spoke the
plane over a
code.
panda? What the hell? Wow, this is so great.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Is this some meta stuff where I actually have to speak the code and it'll let me in?
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered
Oh my god,
door
the
on his
Gmod model. It's a Gmod model. Let's go.
Stanley?
Oh,
Hello?
this is so
Are you-
crazy.
Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The,
I need you to walk through the door. Are you
the
listening
Stanley
to me?
Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand
Lol.
me?
Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything.
This actually leads me to another option. What happens if you never make the option to choose one of the two doors?
The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time.
Don't leave your office.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh, nice. That's the ending. Let's go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office,
are there
but it
any other
didn't make a
computers that
single
are on?
difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Wait. Wait, what? An input received. Wait. Yeah, no. You could... Okay, so there are computers you can turn off. Interesting. I wonder if this leads to an ending. Alright. Well, I guess that was all for nothing. Wait. Why does this feel different? I swear this is not what it's supposed to feel like. I don't remember going through a blue corridor.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
This was me for a long time.
There was
I'm
nothing
sure
here.
most of us
No
have been
choice to
here
make,
at some point
no
in
path
time.
to follow, just an empty
Many of us
broom
are still
closet.
in here.
No reason to still be
Oh,
here.
what a metaphor! Hi, Broom. How's it going?
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way.
I mean,
as it is,
Jesus
he's literally
Christ.
just standing
Look
there
at those
doing
textures.
sweet buffet.
Alright. Alright, this is gonna be a while.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Why does the broom closet have a bucket? Isn't this the bucket, technically? Or...
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
Because of the Nintendo Switch
I never would have thought to mention it.
Okay.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Yeah,
Maybe
I don't see any
when you
metal
go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Love the broom closet
Stanley
ending.
was fat
My
and
favorite.
ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Oh!
That or with blood money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Okay.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
Okay,
You got to this broom
wow.
closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I wonder what happens if you stay in here for like 5 more minutes. I noticed that the Stanley Parable more and more over time, it's not really a game that you live stream. It works really well for the traditional Let's Play format because there's always a lot of filler footage that you have to cut out and stuff. So I'm pretty sure when Jocelyn edits this down to a VOD, there's probably going to be a lot of footage she'll cut out and make for a much shorter video. Which is more than likely what's going to happen. I'm pretty sure there's nothing that continues happening here. Oh, relax. I was not that loud. I don't think anything...
Second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
I don't think there would have been anything else that would have happened if you stayed in the broom closet. Alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Lovely. Love this room.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, This keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra
I got an
secret
achievement
pin
for
number,
it too. I got
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Let's go up. I pressed up. I pressed up and it made me go down. Anyways.
Stanley walked straight ahead
Oh
through
my
the
God,
large door that read Mind
yes!
Control Facility.
Let's escape!
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
We'll do that soon, but right now I'm going to do this ending. Oh yes, death! I long for the sweet release of death.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Alright, rip. Time to die.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Alright.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Oh, beautiful
When every
room.
path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Surprising how much they put detail into this. Button signs. Oh, you can actually press on these. Nice. Alright. Okay, where do I go to from here? Is this just a museum of, like, literally everything? Oh, wow.
Let's see. Stanley walked through the green door. Stanley stood on the roof.
Oh, wait! This is all the behind the scenes of the game! Oh, that's awesome!
The big red button.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, wow, that's so pretty. Countdown desk. The elevator in the monitor room could go up and down with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when what was up and what was down and placed the two endings together instead. Interesting. So this game, this really tells you, like, everything behind development of the game, which I think is very interesting. Like, it gives you a whole lot behind, like, what made the game. I really like it. So this is what would have happened if you got the escape ending. I hope I'm not spoiling myself too much by going into this room. Like, I'm not spoiling myself of the additional content that's in the game. Oh, wait. Oh, wow. What is Stanley's last name? What is Stanley's last name? Almost as important as knowing Obama's last name. A little bit of the base game, but none of the new content. So, would this be different if I were to unlock the new content? Because I'm assuming I have to beat the base game first before I have to unlock the new content. Oh, whoa. Oh, wow. You can see, like, there's actual differences in the offices. That's nice. Alright. Oh, there's the end of the museum there. Okay, I think that's everything. Alright, let's head over to,
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Rip. I don't know how much. You may end up paying a fortune. Who knows?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, so that's how you get to the new content if you wanna. No, we still need to explore a lot of the base game first before we get to the new content.
He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going.
What's
Here
my
on the
opinion
floor,
on
he lay
startup
prone,
sandboxes?
paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Oh my god, am I getting copyrighted? Let's go! Love this.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I bet you they put that in just so that way, in case if anybody tries speedrunning the game, they will pay a small price for it. Like, come on, you know that's the reason why they did it. Oh, it's such a shame you can't go up.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Okay. Oh, this is so pretty. Oh, so gloomy. So dark.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
What is my opinion on Nympho at the moment?
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor?
Oh,
no.
I never thought
It's
about
time
getting a
once again
Streamlabs
to
link.
go back up in the
Well,
elevator.
because Streamlabs
I can't even
overall
begin to grapple
has
with what
proven
might be up
themselves to be
there.
quite a
Is it the
scummy
boss's
company.
office again?
And,
Or what if it's the boss's
I
office
might
this time?
use an
The suspense is
alternative for that
killing me.
instead if I want to use like notifications and stuff. But to answer the Nympho question, because I blinked out for a second. So the main reason, so my main opinion on Nympho right now is, I kind of don't like how he's been milking out
Oh
the
my
space
God.
builder situation.
It's the boss's office.
Oh my god, it is.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Like, I really did not like how Nympho handled the space builder situation, because it's clear that he obviously just exploited people's anger and hatred just for views and subs on his channel.
Okay,
he even
I'm
admits
ready.
it himself.
I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait.
And here's the thing, the Brick Hill
No,
community
I need
loves
more
to
time to
throw a
process.
lot of accusations against Brick Hill. This is just funny as hell. But a lot of people like to throw, like, a lot of accusations towards Nympho saying like he loot posted and all that sort of stuff, but I genuinely, like, unironically want people to like compile a Google Doc of like
All right.
every bad thing that
I have
Nympho has
fully
done,
come to
because
terms
I
with it.
honestly can't
I
tell
have
what's
made
real and
space in
what's
my
not
worldview
anymore.
for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Alright, so I'm guessing I go back down now. Alright, well, let's go down then.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Yeah, this is gonna be funny.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Yes.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
That's what she said.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such
that's kinda
unimaginative
relatable.
drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know.
Next thing you know,
People look up to
the
you,
commentary
which is why-
YouTubers are
oh,
gonna
I
clip
didn't know when to
this.
spring this
You
on
know
you,
they're
but,
gonna
well,
put this in
I've
their
gathered a little
Stanley
press
Parable
conference for
theory
you,
videos.
so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Oh,
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just
this is
around
a
the
pretty,
corner here somewhere.
That's a pretty room. World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How he did it, the pyramid. The guy who went to Mars. Oh, wow. What is this room? World peace, baby!
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Oh god, Steam, shut up.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry,
thanks,
you'll
Jocelyn.
do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud
The
of
dude
you,
who
Stanley.
came up with...
Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Okay. Oh, yes. This is what every influencer wants. Lovely. Alright. That was a very interesting ending. I like that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Seriously, I wonder if you can get an ending through, like, turning off computers. Like, surely there has to be an ending for this.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Weird.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I guess, why not? So there is an ending you can get if you
Yet there was not
go
a
down
single
the
person
stairs
here
and not
either.
up them.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What is this? Hi, Lonnie. I wrote this in first period. Is this like an Easter egg or something? Interesting.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because
One,
he
two,
believed everyone had
four.
vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Oh, I
Why
wonder
did
why.
doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh, shit.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Oh, wow.
And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
Jesus Christ.
He would prove it.
This
He
is a
would
really
prove that he
tedious
was
ending.
in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Oh God. We're still here.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office.
Okay.
I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh, nice. So we just
This
literally
is the
had a
story
crisis.
of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed,
What?
gathered her belongings, and walked
Okay.
to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn
This
to go
game
call
almost
for an
won a
ambulance,
film
for
award.
just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look
Like-
like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky
This
she was
this
to be normal.
screws with your
I am
brain, man.
saying
Like, is this
I
what
am in
actually
control of
happens
my
all
mind.
behind the scenes?
I know what is real and what isn't.
Oh,
It was
it's
comforting
so
to think
weird.
this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Well. Alright then.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
I think there's
Perhaps
a
he had
couple of
simply
more
missed a memo.
endings that we can discover, and then we'll head on to the new content.
When Stanley came to a set of two
Like,
open
maybe
doors,
there's 3
he
or
entered
4
the door on
more.
his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons.
Oh,
hey,
okay.
look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Okay. Wow. Just gonna go straight for it then. The game's so considerate.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nice.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So
This is a new
here
ending.
you
Yeah,
go.
I figured this is a new ending.
Content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content?
Chicken sandwich
Always
laser
more content,
eyes?
more content, more. And
Those
I'm here to
are
give it to you.
some words
I'm here to
right
make
there.
it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section.
Okay.
You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Nice. Love this song.
Good job, you did it. Good
Good job. I like how he's got that voice.
Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility.
Oh my god.
You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an
That's the
ending.
programmer way
Now
of
it's
doing
an
things.
ending.
If it's a bug, make it a
I
feature.
believe in you.
That's
I
every
believe in your
programmer ever, to
ability
be
to
honest.
cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job.
Oh yeah,
you did
it's
it.
mindless
Good job,
repetition.
you did
Love it.
Good job, you did it.
Nice. That was a good ending. I liked that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
I feel
could it
like we could
mean?
do a couple more
Stanley
things though
decided to
before
go
we
to the
head
meeting
into the
room.
new content.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your
I
enemy.
actually quite
really,
like
I'm
indie
not.
music.
I realize that
also like
investing
a
your
little
trust
bit
in
of
someone
jazz.
else can be difficult.
The
but
music
the fact
I like
is that the
tends to
story
be-
has been about
tends to
nothing but
depend on the
you
occasion,
all
though.
this time.
Though I did grow
There's
up
someone
on
you've
rock
been
music, though. I
neglecting,
love
Stanley.
rock music.
Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No, we'll do Baby 4 Hours at the end.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Fine, we'll go through the
Stanley,
red door.
thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here.
The
Running and
non-Euclidean
running and running,
geometry
just the way
again.
you're
Here
doing
we
right
go.
now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Alright.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's
Oh.
beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Vibes. Her vibes. Wait, we could fall off. Oh, so pretty. Nah, screw this. Oh wait, I can't fall off. I tried falling off, but I can't. What happens if I just go back through the door?
No, wait. Where are you going?
Oh.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no,
Oh,
Stanley,
is
let
this
me
the
stay
suicide
here.
ending?
Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Oh. It's so tempting. I wonder what happens if I go back.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you... No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
I will admit this does look pretty nice, though.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you? No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
More prettiness. No. What's on the floor? Ooh, it's a kid's drawing. Cute.
No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
Oh, wow.
Can you do that for me?
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Well.
No, perhaps not. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe
Oh, I'm
you're
getting
just getting
slower
a kick
every
out of it.
time.
I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over?
There we go.
It's going to
We're
restart,
dead.
isn't it?
We
I'm
died.
going back.
Alright.
The
I don't
meeting
know if
room.
there's
Yes,
any
that's
other
where
endings.
everyone
I can
would
only
be.
think of
Stanley
one
just
more
needed to
ending
get
that
to
I
the meeting
remember,
room, and from
and
then
that's
on, he would never be alone
that involved like
ever
jumping
again.
out the window or something. That's one other ending I remember before we can get to the new content. I swear it involves, like, having to do with, like, touching these computers or something. I just don't remember how the ending goes. Like, is there something oh. Wait. There has to be something. 434's desk. There we go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yes, it
Why
totally
don't we take a
is.
minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah,
No.
then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend
I
in
imagine
total
it's just
just
gonna
to
lead
have
to the
heard
same
all the
outcome.
narration? Oh, and this is Rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Oh wait, am I soft locked? No. This cannot be true. Did I actually soft lock myself? Is this the game intentionally soft locking me? That's pretty hilarious. That is a pretty freaking hilarious ending, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley
Still, I
looked,
feel like there's
he
an
couldn't
ending
find
you
a
can get with
trace
the
of his
computers.
co-workers.
I don't know why. There's something that I feel like it's possible with the computers. Where's the input computer? Is this game on VR? I'm not entirely sure.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Let's check the boss's office.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
I
office,
want to do the
hoping
broom
he might
closet
find an answer
again
there.
with your slight variation, but I don't think we
Coming
have
to
the
a staircase,
time.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, here it is. Input received. There we go. Wonderful. So let's go up. Oh yes, my favorite music. Every YouTuber's favorite music, am I right? This is my jam. Oh yes. Do you think you'll ever grow old? Bro, I'm 22 years old. I think I'm already too old for sandbox content. Don't get me wrong. Man, how long did this go for? The broom closet gets better after the new content. I hope so. That means beautiful broom. How does if I want to go down? Oh, I'm back here. Nah, screw that. I'm gonna go up. Yes! Do I hear the narrator, like, humming in the background? I swear I hear the narrator humming. Let me guess, this is not an actual ending, this is just a meme. Yo, this is lit. You can hear it say 1, 2, 3, 4. Yo, this is lit. My favorite room. Wait, what does this say? A short history of the relations between Poland and Austria-Hungary. Recommendations for from the Oversight Committee. What's up, Rolox? I'm playing the Stanley Parable here. Alright, yeah. I think this elevator just goes on forever and ever. Where's the 8 ending? I remember you being able to, like, push 8. Like, there used to be a room full of buttons where you press fucking 8.
Here's the door, just go.
Oh. Thank you, game. What's behind here? What's behind here? I thought there'd be some clever ending here. Considering that I'm in pure blackness. Oh, okay, well I guess there isn't. Alright, yeah.
How long was I sitting there? Standing
Oh
on it
yeah,
to
there's
himself?
one more ending we
Minutes?
didn't do
Days?
yet.
Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Alright, let's see if I wanted to turn on mind control. We haven't done that ending yet. I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I get every
When
little
Stanley
nook and
came to a
cranny
set
of the
of
old
2
content
open
before we
doors,
go
he
into
entered
the
the
new
door on
content.
his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Damn it. To turn on the...
Here's the door, just go.
Bro, I can't see the freaking... Oh my god. Do I really have to turn up brightness settings just so that way I can see this? And I can't turn up brightness. Wonderful. Bruh. Oh, okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
So employee 104, 234 are 5 and 601. No, well, 104 and 601 are fired for some reason.
This
And I
mind
don't know what's going on
control
with
facility,
234.
it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
439 is my desk, isn't it? 439. Okay, here we go. I'm pretty sure that's our desk. What the hell is that? Okay, I don't know what that is.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay. So this time we're gonna hit yes, because we didn't do that yet. So we're gonna hit on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
What's that? Jesus Christ.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are. A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume
I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It
that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved?
You troll me, you
any
fucking
idea
asshole.
what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke.
Oh,
And
hi,
believe
dog.
me, I
How's
will
it
be laughing
going?
at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Let's go. Countdown to 0.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go.
You know what? I'm gonna look up endings because you're being a troll and an asshole. So you know what? I'm looking up endings to spite you. I wouldn't do this, but you're making me, so, because you think it's funny to troll me.
To the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Shut up, Jocelyn. Shut up.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, well, we gotta keep trying this. Okay.
How wonderful. Stanley
I
was
freaking
alone.
edged the
Finally,
door, too,
this
is
great,
the sad
he thought
part.
to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got
Shut
what
up,
I
Jocelyn.
wanted.
Nobody likes you.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wow. They really placed test at that, didn't they? What the heck?
Here's the door, just go.
God damn it! Bro, you need to be clutch on this. Jesus Christ.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door.
Yes! We did it. This is it, right? Or did I just break the game? I just broke the game, didn't I? I broke the game. Oh, okay, here we go. after this content, we'll go into the new content. Unless if I figure out the computers. Okay. Okay, the fact that you're using this is unnerving. I'm gonna bring up the chat so that way you stop talking through here. Oh, great window management. God, I fucking hate window management sometimes with this desktop environment. Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. Wait, why does it keep going up? 757, okay. I mean, the numbers keep going up. Surely this is meaningful progress. Time to escape. Wait. That was probably the most anticlimactic ending ever.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
What the hell? Okay, the game's definitely different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Weird. I'm guessing it's only just that voice line, right? That's weird. I'm guessing that was the ending. That's all that there was.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge.
Alright. I guess that's pretty much it. That's all that there really is.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Alright, so where's that final awaiting input computer?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Weird. I'm gonna see if there's a difference that could be made by pressing all those buttons. Ah, who cares?
Oh, new content? What does that mean?
New content time!
Content.
Oh, it's...
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Oh, nice!
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Okay.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken?
Oh,
What's
okay.
going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
All right. New content. Let's go.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Oh. New content.
All right.
The jump circle.
All right, let's see.
Oh, nice.
The jump circle?
This is what I've been wanting. This is what I've been waiting for. Oh, I can finally jump now. Oh, I can only jump in the circle. You can only jump in the circle. Wow. So if I step out of the circle, I can't jump anymore, but as soon as I go in, now I can jump. Alright. Let's do all the jumps on the screen. Oh, we can't do any more jumps. RIP.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Is there an opening here that I'm seeing, or am I just... Okay, no, I'm just seeing things. Alright.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Oh my god. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter.
Is this why you wanted
and
me
hold
to
them
read the
personally
achievements?
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh! Oh, it's different!
Stanley, come over here. In the
Oh,
vent.
this is sus.
I want to show you something.
Sus. This is sus.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
Is this the Elden Ring reference? Are you actually serious? This is the frickin' Elden Ring reference.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I
here
want.
We go.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Alright.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant
these are all the
something.
awards they
Oh,
won.
Waste.
Oh, 2013. Oh, what an easier time. A $1 bill. Wonderful. Smile because it happened. Go outside, don't play for 5 years? Don't tell me that's an actual achievement. In loving memory, little Stanley. Oh, that's sad. Is that what they named the character after? They named it after a little pet?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and
That's
all-encompassing
not what it
the
says outside.
original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
What's down here? What's down here? I want to go down this room, please. Oh, pretty button.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
I just found myself a hidden ending, didn't I?
Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I
This
can't
is
even
because
imagine
I
what's
bought
been
the game on
collected down
Steam,
here.
didn't I?
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
if you didn't know, I bought this game on Steam, and I'm pretty sure this is if you bought the game on Steam.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
In all seriousness, no, I love the graphics here. This looks really nice. Like, look at how beautiful this is. Jesus. Anyways. Oh, here we go.
Let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Alright, here we go. This is gonna be fun.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then my goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back,
this is why
and never a
nobody's
moment before
watching.
lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say...
the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet.
Is it looping?
Until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to
looping?
manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah.
It just repeats.
We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245.
It would have been interesting if they
that the
implemented
logic
an
of elimination
option
working
that
backwards,
would have
the deduction
actually
therefore
given
becomes
you something
impossible to
different if you didn't
manufacture.
actually
It went
skip.
on for nearly 10,000
I think they
years,
actually
until just
want
yesterday,
you-
here and there, forward and back, and never a
I
moment
think they
before
actually want you to
lunchtime.
skip.
It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions
'Cause
left
I'm
until so
noticing
much
that
more
it's
than
always
forever ago?
repeating the
Which is
same
why
thing
I
over and over
say,
again.
the story and the choices, or what have you,
So
and
I think
therefore
we're
by
meant to
becoming
skip
it
here.
is,
I don't
so
think
on and
there's
so
an
forth,
alternative
until
ending we can
inevitably
get here,
we all until the
unfortunately.
end of.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it
I
was
think
perhaps
this is
less
where
of a
we do
rumination
have the
and more of a
opportunity to
treatise.
skip it
Or
again.
maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both
I
of
feel
these
like he's
things at
speaking
once. That you are
deliberate
both making
nonsense.
choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now
Because
I'm
here's
going
the
to
thing, I
circle
didn't
around
watch any
and
other
slap
Let's
the
Players
treatise
like
label
play
on this
of the
one.
new
I think it has
content,
much
so
more of a
everything that I'm
treatise
seeing
vibe
here
to it.
is me
But
seeing
wouldn't
this
you
for
say
the
that
first time.
manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history.
So far I don't
Ambitious
notice any
history, if you will.
looping here.
Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which
This
case the
has
word
to
I
be
am
an
not sick of
achievement for
shall be
sure.
the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right.
This
here we go.
seriously has to be an achievement.
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise.
I think this is where the
manifesto,
loop begins.
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto,
You
treatise.
really want me to check the
manifesto,
achievements, don't you?
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto.
Alright, so, because Jocelyn so desperately wants me to look at the achievements for this game, I guess we'll take a look at the achievements for the game. Why don't we? Alright, so what are the achievements for this game? Test achievement description, replace this. Quit the game and start it again. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. So that means just 24 hours. I swear I got this achievement. I got this achievement. I don't... Wait, maybe reload it. Wait, why is it saying I did not get this achievement? Wait, what the hell? Library. Achievements. It says I don't have it! Why does it say I don't have this achievement? I got this achievement. Oh, nice. So you can actually speedrun the game. Nice. I'm assuming by complete the Stanley Parable, they mean, like, do the intended ending. Settings World Champion. Set all setting sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Is this an actual achievement you can get? There's no way. Okay. That's crazy. Alright, well, I guess that's all the achievements then. Wow, I'm so glad I spent my time reading the achievements.
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise.
Oh, that's right.
Manifesto.
I can cheat.
Treatise.
Yeah, why not?
Manifesto.
We can cheat it.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Alright, I think they want us to skip here.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review.
I think they want us
because
to
of this
skip
very
here.
situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption.
The fact that this game was managed to
and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review.
There we go. We ended the review.
It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful.
There we go.
I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved
We're gonna
video
be
game
streaming
properties
here
of all
forever,
time.
I swear
the
to
additions
God.
and changes made to this expansion
You're gonna have a
will
lot
surely
of content
resonate
to
in the
edit,
annals of the
Jocelyn.
history of all media
You're gonna have
ever
a
made.
nightmare.
It is perhaps true to say
editing
that
all
no
of
mistakes are
this.
forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering
I
a
can't
message
wait
of
for you
hope
to literally
those
just
who
go
have
in the
ever erred
editor
in their
and then
judgment.
just
You
jump
are
like
not beyond
30
redemption.
minutes of
You may
footage that
change,
you're gonna cut
and
out.
you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any
You're just
message
gonna
to be
jump
taken
like
from the
30
Stanley Parable
minutes
Ultra
in and
Deluxe,
be like,
it
well,
is
this is all
What a
footage
fortune,
that
a privilege,
Game
a joy
Webcam
it
just
is
decided to
have
waste their
had such an
time
experience.
doing because
It
they
leaves
thought
me
they would get
hopeful that as a
something,
community,
but it turns
as a
out it was
world,
nothing more
there
than a
is
waste
time
of
for us to
time.
become our greatest selves, as great
I
as
know
we
that's how
ever
you're gonna
could
edit
dream
it.
of in our
It's
wildest,
gonna be
most
hilarious.
ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow! Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's
All
the
right,
review
let's see if
I've
you
always
changed.
dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful.
Alright, yeah,
I have to
okay.
experience this just one
This
more
is a
time.
loop. Alright, skip. We have
Okay,
to-
welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Oh
Wasn't
yeah,
there
the
a
door
door
behind
that
us
led
is
into
gone.
this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility
Again,
that you
I
could
think we're
say,
supposed to
slam
skip
your
this.
body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button.
Here's
Got
the
it?
thing, right?
Yes, good.
If
I'll
it's
be right
looping
back.
dialogue, I feel like this just takes away from the purpose of choice, if you get what I'm saying. Like, imagine if you did have the ability to, like, read through, like, all the dialogue without having to press the button once. But it's clear that the developers put it in a way where they want you to press the skip button. Like, you have no other choice but to press the skip button. So it's like, it's so weird, like, by ironically trying to come up with ways to, like, make it so that way you don't get those little Easter eggs. Like, for example, not pressing the skip button and listening through all the dialogue, you could probably get something different, but no, you have to press the skip button no matter what. It's very weird that they take away choices like that. It's really weird. He doesn't come back, it's very linear, you'll see why. So, of course, yeah, they want us to skip this here.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative
Yeah,
comment.
I feel like the dialogue is getting longer and longer for each button I press.
And here I am now, stuck
It's
in a
getting
room,
like
waiting
it's
for you
getting
to press
longer
this
and
button.
longer. I have a
Frozen
feeling
in
that it's
time, knowing
testing
that
my
you're going to do it,
patience.
and that I'm going to be stuck
But here's the
all
thing,
alone,
I
and
have
I
a
had the
good
power
sense
to
of
prevent it
patience
all
for
from
meaningless
happening,
crap
if
like
only I'd
this.
held my tongue.
Like,
all out
I
of my
actually,
control now.
like, there's a good
Just
reason
you.
why for
Just
Open
your
Hexagon, for
decision
example, like,
as to
I have
exactly
super
when you're
long
going to make me
records on
suffer, to
endurance
leave me all
levels,
alone.
because
Surely
I'm
you
willing
do.
to
I
just
don't
be
doubt it.
patient for ridiculous
Surely you'll
crap
press
like
that
this.
button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls
Yeah, the
of
first
fitful
few times
anxiety
the
that you
dialogue
sit with me and just
repeats, and then
stay
last
here.
time
Oh, no,
it's
no,
just,
no, I know
it
you too
breaks
well.
into silence.
You'll be leaving me. Oh my God. And
And it's
all
all
because of
because
those
of those
reviews.
There we go,
Those
it just
reviews that I couldn't
looped.
get out of my
It's
head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback.
It just
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been
Oh, it's
sitting
getting
here
darker
all
in
that
here.
time. Just sitting here. Not a single
Even the
person to
button's
speak
emitting
with.
a nice light.
And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be
I
a
like how
vessel
half of the
through which my
lights don't
words
even
were
work
moving.
anymore.
It was the
I think this
vessel
is
I
the
needed,
last
Stanley,
one.
not the
I think I
outcomes,
pressed
not
the button one
story.
more time
None
and we
of that
progress.
matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll
So
burn
this
my
is
story
probably
to the
why-
ground. One single thing I
This is
need,
probably
and God,
why
I
you
can
can't
see
just
now that I
wait it
need it
out.
more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away.
Imagine
And in
if the
those
narrator
moments,
is just
the
happy
emptiness
with us.
folds itself outward
Imagine
in
if there,
between the two
there
of
isn't
us.
that much
And I am
passage of time,
suspended
and
in
he's
its
just doing
unyielding
this to make us
quietness.
feel
I
bad.
can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying.
Because
I
otherwise,
can
why would
tell
he go
that I
on
am becoming
loop?
less and less real. Yet to speak to you now,
He wouldn't be able to do what he needs
I
to
am
do
truly and
if I just
completely
sat
here. I am
sat
a
here
being.
and
I am
didn't press the
someone.
skip button.
I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of
All right.
fiction. I feel as
Let's
though
press
I
the button
occupy
anyways,
space in this world again,
even though I don't
and
think
I've
we've
cast a
reached the
shadow
loop.
onto the wall.
Alright, I pressed it anyways.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you.
To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see
just
myself
ironically
clearly,
enough, making the
calmly,
game more
with a
linear
collected
actually
heart.
takes away
It
from
was
the
an
meaning of the
impossibly
game.
rich wellspring
If that's
of
the
both delight and
case,
disgust.
that just takes away from the meaning of the game.
I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but
Because you
wallow
know
in it
that
for what felt like
I
an
have a feeling
eternity,
that's
for what I
playing
now
into
know
some
was
of the
far
meta
less.
of the
You
game,
see, it was a
too.
revelation for me. It was
Like, it's playing into a meta of the game where you actually start to not like the game because the developers know, well, you're just inevitably not going to like the game. So, here, we're gonna try and do a couple of things differently to make sure you don't like it. So, now we're just incomplete and utter... So now we're just in complete and utter silence. This tree is dead now. Jesus. Well, considering that nothing's going on now, I don't see a reason but to just skip. Alright. Well, the fire detector's now going off. The clock has fallen. Alright. Alright, let's skip.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough.
Alright, we're
They
gonna
had to
keep
leave a
skipping at this
pathetic
point. I
little
think
thumb-
I think we're already wearing enough on people's patience. I think this is enough. I think we get the point now.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
So this is another
Never
loop.
the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Alright. Alright, we're starting to see some leakage from the ceiling. Okay. Oh, okay, now the room is really starting to fall apart. Okay. This looks like a Portal aesthetic, don't get me wrong. I don't know why this whole aesthetic just reminds me of Portal for some reason. Like, it's so peaceful. Oh. Oh, I love plants. Oh, green! So I'm guessing now we just keep on pressing the skip button now, because... Oh! Well, that didn't last for long now, did it? Okay, wow. Okay, now this is starting to get a little creepy. Ooh, okay, this is getting a little creepy now. Oh, okay. What's out here? Whoa. Unity skybox be like. Whoa. Can you actually skip the button again, or does it... Oh, it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, so this... Okay, so yeah, we're supposed to be here. Wow, this is pretty. I love this. Oh, and the little heat waves, too. I love this. This is pretty. Alright. That was pretty good. I loved that. I loved that. Alright. Oh, here we go. Awaiting input. Okay, what did that do? Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. Alright, so we're in the old Stanley Parable. Oh, it's just a bunch of buttons on the wall that we press. Are we supposed to press all of them? Wait, is it randomized? Is the ending randomized? Oh, okay, the colors come back. Alright, yeah, I think this is all that this ending has to offer. I don't think there's anything else, so yeah, we're gonna start this again. So wait, does it randomize every... Oh wait! Wait. Okay, I don't think it randomizes. I think it just takes me here every time. Alright. Alright. It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. Alright, so yep, let's go back to new content.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
New content, huh? That's hilarious.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting
here we
to
go.
show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Oh, what the hell?
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my god! Stanley Parable 2!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so
I
many
like how they're
possibilities.
mocking
It could go in
needless
so many
sequels.
different
I
directions.
like how they're doing
this
that.
This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Although I will
Calling it
say,
the
I
Stanley
like the
Parable
new
2
atmosphere.
is just
It's
so much
really nice.
catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra
It looks
Deluxe.
really
What does it
nice.
even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
Like,
it's
the
future
office
oriented.
look is so
it
much more
screams
modern.
progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh, Google Drive! No, yeah, this is Google... This is... I don't remember what it's called. Google Slides. There we go. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I really love this look. I mean, obviously it's splattering the two everywhere, but I love the modern office look. It looks really nice.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Whoa. This architecture is really nice. Look at the architecture. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Wow.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
See.
Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Certainly. Please.
Maybe
no
I'll only let
screenshot.
people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Screenshot, and that's what. That's hilarious, bro. That is actually hilarious. That's hilarious. That is actually funny.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, here we go.
Oh, good.
Let's
You
try this
noticed
again.
my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the
That's pretty
Stanley
clever. I
Parable
love that
and
little
about how
touch. That's a
roundly
very good
disappointing
detail.
This Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are.
Reassurance
Go on,
bucket.
try out some of the new features.
Still, though, that's pretty hilarious. I just screenshotted here, and that crashed the game. That's pretty hilarious. Oh, merch. Here we go. Merch. The main reason why you would make a sequel. Gotta get them to buy that merch.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Oh, nice.
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Oh
Yes,
my god,
the
he
bucket is the
sweared!
perfect solution.
He
Come on,
sweared!
give it a try.
I'm gonna tell my mommy! Because you sweared!
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing
Yo, this feels like I'm
despair,
playing Team
must already
Fortress
be
3
sweeping
right now.
through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I'm just gonna steal this.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Oh wait, is this the test achievement? This has to be the test achievement, right?
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yep.
Well, I'm developing
There we
technology
go.
to
I
simply
knew it.
give you the achievement. Yes. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
No, there has to be a way to get this achievement. Alright, well, how do I get it, though? Okay, so I'm guessing we... Okay, so we can't get it right now, rip. What's in here? Okay, this is just a dead corridor. What's this? Oh, okay, no, it's just somebody. Alright.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh god, collectibles. Oh, gross. Also, modern art, Hog? That would be a nice desktop, though. Can you find them all?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Lol. That's hilarious. That's actually pretty hilarious.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley... All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Oh wait, there's one more thing. I want to do more thing. The infinite hole. So, yeah, we did that. So, I guess we go down the infinite hole, apparently. And...
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Oh, fuck you, game. Fuck you.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Off. Alright, here we go. Infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Alright, let's go.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Lol.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather
I'm
than later
noticing a
spectrum of
shepherd's
things.
tone in the falling sound, so it sounds like it's constantly going down.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite
I love
nature
the
of
shepherd's
hole.
tone that they're
Is it
doing
a very,
here.
very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated
If
by
you guys
falling.
love hearing my
What
dogs
person
barking, that's what they
actually
do.
wants to fall infinitely. I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal.
Oh,
normal person.
that's what I said
that's
last
an infinite
night.
hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Oh, it's shorter this time.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Yep, it's getting even shorter now.
Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Now that you mention it,
the shame of my... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Only I could jump out of here.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
It doesn't work.
Is the,
fucking asshole!
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Screw you, game. Screw you. It doesn't work.
Nothing? Well, I suppose...
Fuck
you. There is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Nice. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Just the two of us. Alright. Is this an ending? Oh wait. Oh wait, the hole's going down. Okay, this is interesting. Alright, let's go. Change your perspective. Oh. Oh! Well, that's me, I guess. We've broken out of first person. Let's go. Oh, well, that's me. Lovely. Oh, we're making a new me here? Let's go! Oh, hell yeah. This is hilarious. Oh, Jesus! I love this. I love this. Oh, I love the Gmod error that I just saw right there for a second.
Stanley!
There we
good,
go.
you're
All
awake.
right.
It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
That's
So
the
how
energy
about
of the
if
game
I
I
just
was
pop
looking
in from
for.
time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole. From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
All right, here we go. Are we gonna start this again? Oh, oh. Well, I guess
Here we
that's
are.
it.
Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Scan the merch QR code. Oh wait, the jump circle. Oh, and because I don't have my jumps anymore, it says 0. Rip. Oh, yeah, okay, so here's a QR code. Let's scan it. I swear to God, Jocelyn, if this rickrolls me... Oh, God's sakes. Alright, let's scan it. Let's see. StanleyParable2.com. Oh my God, what the hell is this? Oh my God, hold on, let me... Hold on, guys, I gotta show you this on the browser. Hold on. I gotta show you this on the browser, guys. This is gonna be hilarious. Okay. Just launch a new instance, why not? Alright. Let me show you guys the website. No way! They actually made a whole ass website for this.
Say there, Timmy, what's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love.
I can't
and
believe
we're
they
all
actually
afraid of
made a
change,
whole ass
which is what
video
makes
for this.
sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and
Okay, there we go.
Sequels
Even make
are the
myself a
bedrock
little
of a
bit
healthy,
louder.
functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child.
Here's the thing,
Don't
if
you
they
remember
actually
those
were to
long,
make a
lazy
Stanley
afternoons
Parable
you
2,
spent
this
playing
would
the
be
Stanley
a
Parable,
fitting trailer
watching
for
your
it.
precious youth fritter away hour after hour? We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to
Goes on
waste
for
yours
10
on
minutes.
the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child.
Feels like I'm going
And
back
as
to
a man,
part
you
1 with
want
the
manly
skip button
things
all
like
over again.
taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Huh, here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity.
I thought it was Jim! What the
Gregory's what we call
hell?
the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly
This is what it's
comes
like
up
being a
with
Twitch
interesting
streamer.
concepts
This is what I'm...
and then hands them off to the rest
my
of the
frickin' knee.
developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts
I just need a bag of
into
chips in
reality.
my hands right
For
now, and I'll
example,
be
he's the one
a
who
full-on
picked up the
Twitch
phone and
streamer.
declared,
I'm being a Twitch
"Someone ought to
streamer
make a
right now,
sequel to
guys.
the Stanley
You guys like
Parable."
me being a Twitch
Good
streamer?
work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the
Oh,
hard part
love
out of
being
the
a
way,
Twitch
work
streamer.
on the game can now
I just
begin.
get to sit
The
back and do
game's
nothing, and
developers
I
must
get money
answer
off
a
of
simple
it.
question.
Well,
What
except I
makes
don't have a
sequel in
dono
the
link,
first
but
place?
still.
Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the
Oh,
mistakes of their
lovely.
predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game, and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him,
tier
the
3
sequel
sub,
will
Daddy.
contain a brief and insincere
Yo,
apology to
Jocelyn,
Leroy,
thank you
dug
for the
deep
tier
within the
3
game
sub. I
where it
really
will be
appreciate
difficult to
it.
find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking
Hey,
too many
thanks for the
government
$500
secrets
dono.
about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific
Insert
military
donation
tactics,
that I wouldn't
the story
read
is
here.
likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of
Oh, Mr.
hyper-intelligent
Beast!
child
Thank you for the
soldiers bred in
$100,000
laboratories.
dono!
They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes.
I'm
The
exploiting
Stanley
my
Parable
viewers
is
for
most widely
profit,
known
lol.
for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development,
I like
over
the
500
animation
kiloliters
here.
of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine
Yeah, my
operators
two
and producing
viewers.
30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay. And several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new
They're
gameplay
making
sheets
fun
are
of
being printed,
motion
each of which
picture.
must
I
be
like what they're
delicately
doing here.
massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to
Still,
use
the fact
for a
that
personal
they made a
project
whole ass
he's been
10-minute
developing in his
video on
spare
this is
time.
just
A
hilarious.
good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends
Where
and family.
the hell has this
Simply follow
led
the
to?
instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to Pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come
I have
up with
no
an answer
idea,
to.
but...
And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic
I love
duty
this style of
and bully your parents
advertising.
into buying you
I
every
love it.
version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time
I feel so
Dracula
bad for
once
the
and
narrator
for all.
because they
Don't
had to
time-traveling
spend
vampires
sweet
win.
hours
Buy
in the
the
studio
Stanley
recording
Parable
all of
2
these new
and
lines.
pledge to support all sequels.
Like, I feel so
for
bad.
Today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable
Like, you know he got a
beyond.
big fat paycheck from this for sure. Alright, well that... Who is Billy? 1953 to 1956. So he died at 3 years old. Okay. This game endorses killing babies. I don't like it. Oh, what the hell? Oh, it just takes you to the normal StanleyParable.com. So if you click on one of these, it just takes you to the same website. But if you click on this, it takes you to the normal Stanley Parable. Oh, that's nice. A privacy policy. Oh, wow, it's an actual privacy policy. Oh, wow. Nice. I wonder if there are some hidden Easter eggs in this website. Oh, man, imagine if they had hidden Easter eggs here. That'd be funny. Alright, I think that's all that there is, though. Alright. Well, that was fun. That was pretty funny. Alright, let's get back into the game now. That was pretty funny. Alright. Alright, well... Oh, okay, nice. Let's just go back to the infinity hole. Oh wait, they don't let you back in. No! I want to go back into the infinity hole some more! No! Alright. To be honest, you would rickroll me, Jocelyn. It's not out of your realm. I wonder if I can still get the free achievement now. Probably I can't, but it's worth a shot. No, okay, no, you still can't, Rep. Alright, well, I guess we gotta go up here now. I mean, I've already streamed for 3.5 hours, so why not? Okay. Love this. Alright, so we got a nice
So,
little
Stanley,
auditorium
what do you
here.
think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Let's go.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Oh my god, the
sort of-
collectibles!
Okay,
The 5
on,
other
let me do a
collectibles I
different
need!
arrangement. Okay, yes.
No!
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Okay.
With respect. With care for the vision
We're
and
now on
integrity
just
of the original game.
new levels of meta. Here we go.
I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Okay. Oh, wow. The detail they put into this. Like, they even get the settings menu and stuff. Like, Jesus. Alright. Whoa, this looks trippy. Alright. So, I'm guessing, yeah, that's the end of part 2.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee.
Oh, I noticed
number
there's
427.
balloons now.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders
Oh,
came to
there's
him through a
glitch.
monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day.
Pick up the bucket? Oh yeah, because we can go into the broom closet now.
Others might have considered it soul-rending. Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Awaiting
Something was
input.
very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers...
Not what I
What
chose!
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, look, a bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Oh my god, it's so lovely.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Imagine if they switched
Still
it to the
no
door on the
answer.
right.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Man, he really just keeps going on, doesn't he? Alright. Well, I guess I gotta wait it out. Okay.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Property of
Now it's
Stanley.
settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
Yes, let's
That
sticker
way,
bomb
if
the
you're ever
bucket.
unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I'm teabagging. I'm teabagging. Teabag the broom. Alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Love this.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley.
Oh, so this isn't actually not a joke. This is an actual thing.
Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these
actual
beautiful
thing.
figurines.
Oh man, are we really gonna have to do every ending for this again? Jesus Christ, let me get a bag of chips.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him,
Never mind.
reassuring that in this darkest
Hot
moment
dogs
of
are being
uncertainty,
made, so...
he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
They paid him to re-record every voice line. That's so funny.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to
Look
do?
at 432.
What kinds of things
Alright.
does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Oh, it's the desk without a computer.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exist.
Alright.
Stanley and the bucket waited in.
Oh, so that's the guy who shows up every time screwing with the beginning of my game.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of
I
the
can't
evil
believe
mind control machine. Freedom was
Every
now
single
mere
voice
moments
line is
away.
now different.
Excitedly,
This is
the two of them began
crazy.
to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Wait.
What? Wait. What was
The
happening?
door stopped.
Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering.
Oh, so that they
unsettled,
changed the ending.
until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket.
Wait,
Failed to any
what?
lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it.
What?
Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
Oh my
To be trapped
freaking
eternally in
god.
darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh man. When I'm gonna make chapters for this stream, and every new ending is going to be a chapter, and that's gonna be nuts. Wait. The room's changed.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed
Oh, and the
over him.
stickers are still there. Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Do the
No,
apartment
Said the
ending.
bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
Jesus
It should have alarmed him, of
Christ.
course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did
Look
whatever
left.
the bucket asked.
Oh crap! There's a new. Oh. Well, I know that for next time.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Oh, I like how in the pause menu it says the sequel is now paused. That's so cute. They really put
Now pick up the
every
phone,
bit of
said the
detail
bucket.
into this.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can...
I can't believe they actually thought of every single detail. Jesus
This
Christ.
is a sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Oh.
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Alright. Oh, it's a much better apartment. I can't wait to see how they ruin this one, though. Where's the bucket? Oh, it's right here.
The Stanley Parable
Oh.
Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Oh, I have to find the bucket every time. Okay.
Lately,
Oh,
I've been
shit.
concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley!
At least I'm not stuck in
Can
the
you hear me?
apartment.
Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it.
Why can't? Why not?
doesn't do
Why not also
anything else.
solids?
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Hey, you were the one who advertised it, so I don't know why you're complaining.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Okay, where is it? Okay, it's on top of the computer. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Oh yes, Bucket,
Yes,
I
suppose
sure
on
do.
closer inspection, that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware
0,
store
0.
bucket.
That's not the time I gave you, game.
I'm trying to say, sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no.
Oh, now we're in the Okay, now the room's being candlelit. Are we gonna have a sex scene?
Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
Okay, I was
Perhaps
joking.
If I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes.
Why the
bucket
hell
could tell me what to do
is
in
it
this
actually
troublesome
alluding to that?
situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Dude, I was just joking. I didn't think it would actually do that. Oh my God, dude. I was joking, and I can't believe the game actually pulled that. That's hilarious.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced them. Stanley
my
clutched the
God.
bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about
Stanlerines?
Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay, well... How am I guess I... Oh wait, there's a vent. I'm about to be... sus? Okay, so this is new. I don't think I've seen this before. This is not even in the base game. This must be a completely new ending. Oh, there's cassettes. Okay.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore.
What the hell?
longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Is this the protagonist?
Sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket
Jesus
in my eyes.
Christ.
Why everything feels so.
This is so grim.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
What the? Okay, wow. Gambarata? When did this turn into a horror film all of a sudden? Oh my god. So do that ending without the bucket. Okay. Alright, well now we have the normal room again.
Warmth spread through Stanley's eyes.
Wait, what happens if
With the
I
bucket in his arms again,
go back into the room with the bucket?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited.
Did they not redo this ending?
Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Okay, they didn't redo that ending though, which is weird.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Alright, so this
Perhaps
time
he
we're
had
gonna
simply missed a
not
memo.
get the bucket. Because what is that ending like without
When
the
Stanley
bucket?
came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, so what is this ending like without the
Stanley
bucket?
had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
Oh.
That it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
Oh, that's nutty.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Okay, interesting ending. Interesting.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this
Oh,
point." Stanley, how could
you
think it was so
cheeky
safe to bring the bucket here?
bastards!
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed.
I want to play the baby game with the
So much of the
bucket!
impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes, it totally is.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, for God's sake.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
This sucks.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Oh, this totally is!
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes!
Correct. This is a bucket.
What? No! They gotta be
Item
screwing
6.
with me.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
This
Item...
is so
Wait, hold on. I
stupid.
can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Yes!
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Oh, no, you motherfucker.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And
everything
we'll know
is a
that
bucket.
It's all a
yes,
bucket.
I
But
can't
if you
believe
run
it's
into
canon
anyone else,
now.
maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
I wonder if that could have ended differently if I were to have answered that everything is not a bucket. I wonder if that could have changed the ending.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling
I like how it's a
adventure
different
together.
voice line every time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
Hold on, I want to do
This was
one
not
variation of the
directly to
ending.
meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the...
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Okay, here we go. This is the new video. Let's go.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic...
Instead of choices, it's
How does it
comedic
work?
timing.
How long
Here we
should
go.
it last? How can it be used to effectively silence
I can't
your
wait to learn
political
about
enemies?
funny.
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke,
That is...
start by
I
stating
thought
and
he was
spelling
gonna
your
make a
name.
Nazi joke for a
Next,
moment.
provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half.
pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny
Let's
with
practice
the
screaming,
funny.
"I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian.
You know
An
what?
effective survey
That's what
should
I'm
be
gonna
no
say
less
to
than
you
10
from now on,
pages long
Jocelyn. Whenever I
and
make a
should
joke,
include the
I'm
same
just gonna say,
question
I'm Dunny
reprinted
with the
several
funny.
times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Oh. Getting some Gemini
Hey,
home
goodness,
entertainment
this
vibes.
video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Where's my bucket sticker? Why is my bucket sticker gone?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Oh, wait. This doesn't actually glitch.
What? We're back at the phone already?
Oh.
What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone.
Okay, cool.
But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's
This is
all
how
my
long I've
fault.
been
I must have
streaming.
forgotten
I've
the
been
phone
streaming
room
for
comes
so long to the
immediately
point where
after
I'm...
the two doors room.
Literally, it's
What an
dinner
egregious
time.
mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Oh, is this gonna be a loop?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Okay, yep, it's gonna loop. Alright.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Alright, well, we gotta go this way now.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes.
Oh my
Let
god.
me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame.
Dad jokes. Oh my goodness.
No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar.
Oh my god.
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos.
This is insane.
That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Alright. Interesting ending. Interesting. I'm probably gonna head out for a little bit. I'm gonna take a break because I've been streaming for a while, so I'm gonna be taking a small break from this. I'll be back in a little bit, but in the meantime, I don't know. I'll do something, I guess. Oh my god!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
We had
a
hot
meeting.
dogs for dinner, and there was only one hot dog left in the pan, so dinner didn't take long.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect.
Stanley clutched the bucket.
Well, I
tightly to his
figured you
chest
would.
And entered the door on his left.
Trust the completion. That's hilarious. That is actually hilarious.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no...
No,
more
I want the
stickers.
broom
If I
closet!
did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
I want more stickers. I want the sticker bomb, the bucket. Oh, it tells you where they are? I wish I knew that sooner.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, well, there's another one right here.
The name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Wow, I can't believe I actually ran into another figurine just by that.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy?
I was about to say, if the bucket's not involved in this
The bucket
ending.
returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
No!
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows
No!
what hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it
That's
truly be?
hilarious.
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
Oh my god, this is
He had to return to his old
stupid.
friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
But we established that the player isn't the bucket.
Painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh my god.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man.
The way
who had
she's
stumbled
holding
through
the
town,
bucket.
talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket
Oh
would
my
provide
god.
absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck, yes,
Bucket.png, yeah.
life kicks ass, and she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflipped all the way to work. Alright,
All
that
his
was
co-workers were
joyous.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, so apparently there's a way this reveals all the locations for them. A large room, lots of boxes inside a sequel exhibit, stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue, a private but smelly place for an important person. So those are the two remaining. Somewhere both red and blue. Weird. What? Somewhere between red and blue. That's weird.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have
I
no
just like
remaining
him. I like
stickers.
going to
If
the
I
broom
did,
closet.
You can guarantee...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Oh, red and blue! Oh, I get it now.
Stanley, you've nearly
Oh
gotten
my
all of the
God.
figurines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be... We'll be
I actually
different
managed to
people by
figure
then,
it out
different
before
in
you
the
told
sense that
me,
we used to have
Jocelyn.
None of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Lorines. None of us can.
Oh my God. I wonder if this is any different. Hell yeah. Let's go. Chilling in the elevator with my bucket. Let's go, baby. Alright, this is boring. Red and blue doors walk through the red door. Oh, so I need to not carry the bucket with me for the last figurine.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I swear, I thought there would be an Easter egg there or something, but no, I guess not. I wonder how this ending's gonna be
Stanley
different.
said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Yes, let's press the number 3, why don't we?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life.
Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him?
8,
Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Alright, and we're gonna do this ending.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Yeah, I know where that part is. But if we want to get that figurine, we have to do it without the bucket.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
I mean, thank God for noise filtering so you guys don't get to hear me eat.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over.
I guess
over.
number 3 is the new
He would
8
elaborate
meme, I
fully on
guess.
what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been.
It's stage
for
333. Oh wow. And a bunch of 3s.
This was it.
Wow,
One
the
last
changes
chance to
in
win the
detail
bucket.
is impressive.
One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here.
Oh.
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously.
Oh,
there would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Oh no. Well, that was a twist.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
I'm guessing that's another alternative voice line right there.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
All right. All right.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
All right.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous...
They even got her to revoice her lines as well.
Instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the
Incorrect.
death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all
This should
buckets
say-
are radiant in their own way.
They should say
but
it should
this
say
one
Stanley
stood
Parable
above
too.
the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Oh, so this is a museum all about the bucket. Nice.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Oh, nice.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Rip. Interesting, very interesting. Alright, let's quickly get the last figurine as well.
Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. When Stanley came to
I'm surprised I haven't come across the name button. Like, they managed to implement every other feature they had in this game, but for some reason, they did not implement the name button. I haven't seen it once.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first.
Maybe it's hidden in an ending or something.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on.
Here it
There
is.
it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Nice. Alright, let's go back to the beginning now.
Stanley,
Whoa.
I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Whoa.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Alright. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Oh my god. The Last of Us law.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 out of 6.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Whoa. I literally softlocked myself. Nice. I actually soft locked myself. What the hell? Oh, okay, no, never mind. Thank God.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Oh, piss off. It was the warehouse, wasn't it? Because I did the stairs one after.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the warehouse. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Wait, where am I supposed to go? Oh, okay, yeah, I'm supposed to go here.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory
Apple.
zone, so it must
Apple. 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 You know I had to do that.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the boss's bathroom. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one
this is
particularly
so
special to me, I
weird.
made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
I wonder what happens if you pick them up in a different order. Oh my god. We're going back to Windows frickin' Movie Maker, aren't we? I can't believe we're doing Windows Movie Maker moment. Oh my god. Are you frickin' serious?
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, that's weird. They both converge into one.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Oh. Okay, then.
No, I'm not done.
Oh my god,
ready to
a
move
wall
on.
break.
Stop
Let's
the
go.
loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Oh god.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue
Oh
doors.
my god, are you serious?
So, all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yes. Oh my god, Windows Movie Maker moment.
Yes, I love that video.
Apple.
Still don't remember the pink
Apple.
room, Still no memory of this one. Good room though, a solid room.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What if I went the other way? Okay, no, you can't go the other way.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
No way. Are we rewinding? Oh my god, we're just simply rewinding everything. Hey, look, I'm in the area I'm not supposed to be in. Haha. Alright.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually
Making
quite
fun of
fond it
nostalgia,
now.
I see.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh, the option
And
didn't
before
matter.
everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different.
Are
I
we
used to
playing the
make big
intro in
decisions. I was
reverse?
passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
Hi, Zobear.
Okay, here we go.
Zobear!
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, is that it? Oh, wow. Well, alright then.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
There's no new content door anymore.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, now this is where I feel like it's getting cryptic. Did we actually just complete the game? I have a feeling we completed the game. Alright, yeah, let's actually go back to the... It says that we're still in the sequel. Yeah, look, it still says we're in the sequel, which is weird. Alright, yep, let's go... Let's relaunch the game. What time is it? Does anybody really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job, and now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can, and I still really don't know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm totally being honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. I figured. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? And maybe that's the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little more time before I'm ready for that. It's not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. So this is where we go out to find... Oh, here we go. Epilogue. Okay, we're back here. This is when we have the skip button. Oh, okay. A literal chair with a campfire. Nice. Oh, pretty moon. This is weird. Whoa. This is nuts, bro. How pretty. Whoa. Okay, what's in here? The Stanley Parable 2. Okay. Interesting. Oh, is this where we finally get the test achievement? Like so many I enjoyed with my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an inspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from blah blah blah. I love the I love the criticism on how sequels tend to always be criticized because they always think the original does better. Jim. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. So I'm guessing this is all the huge criticism that the Stanley Parable 2 would have gotten in an alternative universe where the Stanley Parable 2 happened. Can I collect all of these? Oh, wow. And it still keeps track. How wonderful. Interesting. Where am I? This feels so liminal. Hello again. It's nice to see you. It's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Oh my god! Is that you, Scott Cawthon? Alright, I'm sorry. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. I mean, if that isn't a description of what Scott Cawthon is, I don't fucking know what is. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. All we just do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. The last ever choice. Yes. Stanley Parable 3, the last ever choice. It's absurd, I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1 and we'll pick a new subtitle. That way the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. What if I hit don't do it? I understand, sometimes we're not ready to move on. That's fine. If you ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, talk to me. I'll be right here. Well, that was it! That was the game! That was a pretty good game. I really liked the new content. But of course,
This is the story.
we obviously need to do one important thing before we end this stream.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed.
I like how the bucket's still there. That's so cute. How did I miss the test achievement?
2 open doors. He entered the door on his. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge.
If you said let's do it, you would have gotten the test achievement. Oh! Well, god damn it. Now I have to go back to the menu and play through all that bullshit again. Oh my god. Alright, well, we gotta play through this again. Wonderful. Oh, whatever, Jocelyn, you Apple fanboy. Oh, shut up, Jocelyn. You Nintendo Switch basic bitch. You bought it on Xbox and PS4 as well. I wonder if the lines, if there is a different line for Xbox and PS4. Oh, I noticed the collectibles aren't here again. I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, the achievement machine is fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is the current time? It's 8:10. There you go. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Oh, nice. The title screen has changed. And even with a nice little car as well. The last ever choice. This is hilarious. Oh my god.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 426.
Did I get the achievement? I don't know if I did. What the fuck? It says so close. What do you mean so close? What do you mean so close?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided
the
to go to
fuck,
the meeting
game?
room, Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, wait. Yeah, let's take the bucket.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra
Alright, well, this
Deluxe.
is just a repeat of
As
everything.
you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley, I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How
Oh.
did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all. Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel? I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order. All right, let's see. It's the
I
jump
like how I
circle.
still have 0 remaining jumps. Wonderful. The game has never forgotten that I've used all my jumps.
The infinite hole, the giant door, did you see them already? Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game? Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable. Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you. Clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket
That's
is
hilarious.
the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win.
Is that it? Wow. So the ending does change if you have the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a...
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh, nice.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here?
But
Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so
I must have
intoxicatingly wonderful.
2!
With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
I must have 2! I created a paradox, let's go.
Stanley! Oh, thank God. I didn't lose
I created a
Stanley.
paradox, let's
The pile
go.
of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
God damn it. Alright, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The test achievement. Let's go.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
There we go. We did it.
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
Yes, I did.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure? Composure.
Yeah.
Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Oh, I guess that's it. Setting world champion. Okay, here we go.
The store.
Didn't I just slide every slider in the settings? What slider am I missing? Do I have to literally touch every single piece of setting there is? Okay, well, I tampered with pretty much every setting under the sun. I don't understand how I still don't have the achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Anyways, there's only one more purpose that I want to fulfill.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your
Yeah, there
trust in
probably is
someone
more
else can
bucket
be
endings,
difficult,
but
the
I'm
fact is
considering
that
that
the
I've been
story
streaming
has
for
been
5.5
nothing
hours.
but
I'm pretty
you
much done
all this
here.
time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley? All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley.
Oh my god, you asshole.
Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh my god, worldwide leaderboard. Nice, alright.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on. And now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this
Alright,
game,
here we
the
go.
baby crawls
This is
left
how we're gonna end the
towards
stream, ladies
danger.
and gentlemen.
You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and
I hope you guys
teetering of
enjoyed this
endlessly
stream.
confronting
I'm
the
pretty sure
demands
most of you aren't going to be
life.
paying attention
I
anyway.
think the artwork
Jocelyn's
will
probably
really
going to be
take
most likely
notice.
doing the
But
edit.
of course,
But
the message of the game
Yep,
only becomes
this is
clear
it.
once you've been playing
This
it
is
for
how I'm
about
ending the
4
stream.
hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. Good to see that enthusiasm. Keep it up, Stanley. Just 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go.